All right, hello. Welcome back. Back to work on the game engine. All right, so where were we? On the last stream, we started working on, well, we continued work really on the content browser. We got a few things going. We got it so we could open up scene files. So I can just double click on a scene file and it'll open up that scene. I can also drag and drop. And we also started working with the drag and drop API. So you can drag and drop onto fields. And really I was kind of just familiarizing myself with it because this is the first time I've used DRIM GUI's, well, DRIM GUI in general, but DRIM GUI's drag and drop features. So kind of getting a figure for how they work. And got pretty far. Since the last stream, I haven't really done too much. I've done a couple of things with the content browser like late last night. So the content browser now, I've got it set up so that it's centering the icons. I've whipped up a little bit nicer icons for the folder and the file icons, the generic ones. So they look a little more, I don't know, a little more in place. And these are also original, so I don't have to worry about the fact that I ripped the others from the internet. The icons are centering now, and I also made sure that when it comes to the scroll bar that there's proper spacing even when the scroll bar is present. But yeah, other than that, things are just where we left them before. I've been doing some work on the design side, trying to identify exactly what needs to happen inside of the content pipeline. And I'll show what I got here. Basically, it's just a list of things that I decided that I don't need. My idea is that we will have built-in behaviors, this stuff that we're going to be working on first. And then once those are in place, we provide APIs for extending the content browser's behaviors. And then the engine will itself use those same APIs to set up the built-in stuff, things like opening up scene files and prefab files and things like that. So let me adjust my mic a little bit. There we go. Let's talk a little bit about the overall structure that I'm looking for in the content browser. So aesthetic stuff aside, the very basic is that it's a file navigator. We kind of got it started here where you're able to click the back button to go up levels. You can see the current path in the top of the content tab, and then you can double click on folders to navigate into things, and so on. By default, and these are all things that we can override, by default it'll show this icon for folders and this icon for files. I'll eventually get a thing going where the generic icon will display the extension on top of it, but that's an aesthetic thing, not a practical thing. I need the ability also to be able to open up files in the default program for that extension by double clicking on it. This might seem a little out of place, but this is actually pretty common. Like if you were to open up a project in Unity and you have a texture that's been imported, let me find one for comparison's sake. Oh, did that not actually bring in? Okay, there's probably textures in one of these. Okay, so here's a texture. This is a PNG, I'm assuming. Yeah, or it's a JPEG. Sorry. So inside of this browser, you can click on a file to inspect it and deal with all the stuff that the engine needs to worry about for the import. So things that like metadata that are associated with the file when it goes to package it. But if you were actually trying to open it, you'd like double click on it. It actually launches whatever program happens to be your default on the operating system. So in my case on Windows, a JPEG would open up in the Photos app because I'm not an artist and I haven't like set up another program to be the default. I could probably set like Paint.net or something to be the default, but you get me. And you know, I don't know off the top of my head whether Unreal does this. It may. Okay, so here's some textures used in the sample scene. If I go to double click on it, no, Unreal doesn't do this. It actually opens up a editor of its own. But yeah, the idea is that I want to start not doing what Unreal does, but doing what Unity does, which is where you open up a file and it'll open up in whatever editor is your default on the system. And then if you want to, you can override that behavior for your own game. So the idea is that like if you have a texture file in here, and I think I've got one somewhere. Yeah, these are PNG files. If you were to double click on them and you haven't actually set up like an extension to Enterprise that would open them up in an internal editor, my idea is that you would double click on it and it would open up in your preferred art program, and then you can edit it there. So that's going to be the starting point for opening files, not dealing with anything internal, but dealing with external tools. I want to also have like a virtual drive system showing inside of the content browser. I've talked in previous streams about how virtual file paths work. We go to the file API and we take a look at file path to native. Basically, if you specify a path using the Enterprise API, starting with C/, oh, these are out of date. Yeah, these are out of date. C/, S/, or I believe the other one was, so there's content, save, and data, and the other was D/. I'll have to remember to make these changes. There we go. Basically, C/ is for your content folder, D/ is for your persistent data folder, and S/ is for your save folder, which is not necessarily the same thing as your persistent data folder. So I want these to be visible inside of the editor as drives. So it's like we'll have like a section where you can like navigate between different locations, kind of like the way in Unity you can go between packages and assets. You can go between content, data, and save data. That would just be kind of like it is kind of a nice to have feature, but I think it's going to be a very, very useful one. So like if you are putting INI files in your persistent data or game saves in your save data folder, and you're testing something out in the engine, maybe you want to directly edit your save file, and so you can test a new situation or something like that. Having direct access to it inside of the content browser as a mounted drive makes a lot of sense. And perhaps also the temporary folder, because we redirect that as well, but that's another nice to have feature rather than a must have feature. We want drag and drop from Windows and from macOS into the content browser. So the idea is that you're probably familiar with this already, but how you can drag and drop a file into your project files on Unity. It'll just automatically import and add the file to your project. So I want that to be working. Within the engine, I want to have a system by which you can drag and drop a file anywhere else, and the destination can accept the file based on its extension. So the idea here is that, for example, taking a look at the texture field, which currently doesn't do anything, we were just testing it out. If I wanted to have a reference to a texture file inside of the inspector, I would be able to drag and drop something that can be loaded as a texture, but nothing else. So for example, I could drag and drop a PNG, but not drag and drop a GLSL. And I figured that the best way to make that happen would be to utilize the payload string. So when we're setting up the type of the payload in DRIM GUI, we are using the extension of the file within that payload type, and then you can differentiate based on your needs in your own game systems, based on file extension. So that's one thing. And then this is the last core feature, which is pretty important, but we're not there yet. That's the ability to toggle the inclusion and exclusion of files from the build system. It doesn't really apply right now because we don't have a build system generator. We just have the CMake build system for the test game project that we're using while we develop the editor. But once we have a system by which we can go like file new project and it'll generate you a VS Code or a Visual Studio or a Xcode project, at that point we'll need to be worried about how we're going to bundle that into an exe so that when you go to package it, it'll automatically bring in the files that you need. And that's something that'll be a core feature of the content browser. But yeah, from there, we've got a number of APIs that I need to add. And there's actually quite a lot of these, and I've been thinking about this, but I figured that you won't be using all of these for every system, but every system might need one of these. So the idea is that if you need to go beyond those default behaviors, you have a separate API called for each. The first would be if you wanted to implement a custom editor. And we actually did this API already when we did the content, where is it? When we did the scene editor stuff. Scene editor, we added this call for adding a file editor. Here it is, register file editor. We pass in the extension and we pass in the function that gets called. And the function in question will receive the string path of the file that it can edit. And then from there, you can do whatever you want. What we did in this case was we simply opened it up inside of the editor. But if I wanted to, I could make a whole new IMGUI based editor for the file. So if I'm making a system that has that creates its own proprietary asset type, we can just make the editor directly with IMGUI code as a module within Enterprise. And that's just done by using by making the callback and then registering it. Similar to that, we have the ability to. We should have the ability to register a custom icon or a preview for an asset type. So by default, we're going to have a regular file icon with maybe an extension on it. But if you're talking about assets like materials or meshes or objects or whatever, it's really useful to be able to see a preview of what you're looking at. So if you take a look at both Unreal and Unity have this. When you go to select an asset with a visual aspect to it, like these textures or these materials, you get a preview of what that looks like while you're looking at it. That's it's so useful because instead of having to read through all the names, you can say, oh, there's the hex tile thing that I'm looking for, and then you can just like use it directly. So we want to be able to overload what is being shown. Either as an icon, so that's just a new visual for the icon besides just a generic file icon, or if it's literally just to take over the tile space and produce a rendered preview, like we have for materials. There's custom tooltips. This is kind of another nice to have, but If you're making a robust system, it'd be useful to sometimes display information about a file when you mouse over it. That's a thing that a lot of other engines have. You mouse over one of these materials, it'll tell you all the stuff that you might be interested in, its lighting mode, decal response, material domain, things like that that you might care about when you're looking at this from a data standpoint. And I don't think we do have that for. If we take a look at the Unity implementation, I don't think they do tooltips anywhere, but it'd be useful to be able to provide your own. So I think we should have an API for that. We also need the ability to add context menu options, so that if you go to right click on an asset, you could, for example, add a menu option for automating something. So for example, if you had a custom sprite importer that you do, a custom animation system that pre-processes the colors out of your art program, then maybe you want to not do it automatically, but right click on the file and select pre-process thing, so the ability to add context menu options. We also want to be able to add import processing. So not only for being able to right click and automate certain things, but for being able to select a file and then inside of the inspector, which doesn't apply in Unreal, but it does apply in Unity, to be able to select an item and then inside of the inspector, change the import options, including custom import options. So for example, if there is if you wanted to treat a category of sprite or animation sprite differently than the others, like you want to encode it differently in your shipping game, maybe you want to add an option to the inspector so that you select it, you go to the inspector, you change the option. And then the very last thing is to be able to handle drag and drop with the objects inside. So I mentioned earlier that I do want the ability to drag and drop these files anywhere that'll accept the extension. So I can tell a field in the inspector, or I can tell an entity in the scene to accept drops of a certain file extension, and it'll work with that. And there's a couple of ways in which that's useful. The first is by fields. So for example, I could just drag a texture onto a texture field, and then bam, that texture is being used. But the other is also for use inside of the editor. So when we have prefabs going, and we will have prefabs eventually, I want the ability to do something like this, where you have like a content drawer full of things that you want to put in the level. It's like a tool chest basically, and then from there you can just like drag and drop it, and it's in the scene. Sometimes it's obvious what should happen. So for example, a prefab is designed to create entities. So you drag it in the scene, it makes sense that it makes an entity. But sometimes you want to go one step further and do something like this, where you can drag and drop an audio file. This is literally just a WAV file. But the engine understands that when you place it in the scene, you probably actually want it to be making some noise. So what it does is it actually creates an empty entity with an audio source on it with that file attached. So to be able to add that kind of automation where you can say, hey, Enterprise, I want audio files to automatically create this thing when you drag them into the scene. That's the sort of automation that I want to be able to have happen with drag and drop. And that's pretty much it. That's the basics. I know that's an awful lot to get done, but once all of those features are in place, we've got a really robust content pipeline. It's extensible. You'd be able to implement pretty much anything you'd want with files. You'd be able to create some really custom workflows. So there's a indie game project called Astortion that I've been following on YouTube, where one of the workflows that he has sprite animations that the colors of each of the pixels of the sprite are not actual colors, but they are data points used to reference the color that it's supposed to be inside of a lookup texture, kind of like how you would do skinning on 3D models. But basically the idea is that he can he can map one color inside of every animation frame to another texture sprite, and then that texture will determine the appearance of the thing being animated. That's real cool, and that's a really custom workflow. And in order to make something like that work, you need to be able to inject things into the import workflow, and that's available through this API that we're going to be designing. So that's where we're at. That's where we're going. It's time to kind of get that going. So for now, I'm gonna be fine with using this generic file icon for all the files. It's not great, but we'll eventually add an API for customizing this stuff, and then use that to customize like what a scene file looks like, so you can easily tell them apart instead of having to read the extension yourself. So we'll put the icons on the back burner. I think the first thing I want to do is deal with the drag and drop functionality using file extensions. Since we've already kind of got that started, it just doesn't work the way that we will want it to. So right now, the way that I have it going is that every file inside of the content browser will drop using like a generic file payload type, and I'm going to change that to utilize the extension of the file now. So let's stop the debugging. We're done with the file system stuff. Let's head into the content browser. Here we go. This is where we got the drag drop stuff going. So we got begin drag drop source, and then when we set the drag drop payload, we're setting this. Basically, it was a payload of type EP file, and we were passing along the data from the file path. We were getting the path to the file as the payload. I think we still do want the file path as the payload, but this first part has to change. So we'll need to get the extension from the file path, and I think we did that earlier at some point, didn't we? So this is where we get the file path. I vaguely recall, I guess not. I vaguely recall on the last stream parsing the extension outside of the file path, but maybe we didn't do that. So I guess let's do that now. We have std string file path equals file path or file.path.u8 string. We'll do another string. This will be the extension. And we'll set it to file.path.extension. Yep, .extension. And I just want to quickly double check. Well, I need to say .u8 string to get it in the UTF-8 format. But let me quickly double check using the CPP reference. That the extension gets me what I need and doesn't have any gotchas. Returns the extension of the file name component in a generic format view of this. If the file name blah 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 contains a period and is not one of the special file system elements dot or dot dot, then the extension is the substring beginning at the rightmost period and until the end of the path name. Okay, so that looks like it includes the dot. And actually, you know what, that works out perfect, because if it includes the dot, then I can make it a scheme. I could say that when you want to accept files as a drag drop source, you just make the type dot whatever the extension is. That makes a lot of sense. So what we'll do then, now that we've got the extension, when we go to do the drag drop payload, instead of passing in EP file, we would just pass in extension.cstring, like that. And that should be enough. There is a gotcha that I can think of. And that's this case where you pass in a file that doesn't have an extension on it, it will return an empty string. So yeah, so we'll need to control that case. It's possible for the file to end in a dot without an extension, in which case it would just return you a dot. So the check for a valid extension would probably be whether this is more than one character. But I seem to remember, yeah, there's a check for has extension as well. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so has extension checks whether extension is empty. That's actually not sufficient. We need to also know whether it's only a dot, as it is in the second example of the CPP reference article. Okay. So how should we handle this? I'm thinking that if you go to drag a file without an extension, that it is just not a drag drop source. This is kind of an edge case anyway, because when are you ever going to have files without an extension on them? But in case you do, I don't want to see it crash, so what I'll do is I'll simply, where's the section? When we go to begin drag drop source, instead of doing this for every file, we'll only do it if the extension is longer than one character. However, we'll always need to display the image, so yeah, so we'll need to do a little bit of code duplication here, unfortunately. So we'll say if extension.size is greater than 1, then we've got an extension, because it's at least dot something. And then we would execute the same code as before. Else, we just do the button by itself. So that would be... Oh, hang on, this is not the button code. This is the image of the drag and drop icon. Okay, so actually, yeah, we can make this a little bit simpler. This first if condition can be set here in the same if statement. Because in C++, the if statements are evaluated left to right, or I should say the logical AND is evaluated left to right. So this will be evaluated first, and if it's evaluated to true, then we will invoke begin drag drop source and do the rest of it. Cool. Okay, I think that's probably enough. Let's save that. I do need to go to renderer 2D. This is where we were doing the texture drop before. I am now going to change that call a little bit. I need to go to sprites. That's where it is. So we have a begin drag drop target, and we have accept drag drop payload. This is now going to accept PNG files. But I wonder if you can specify more than one, or if I have to call this multiple times. Yeah, we'll come back to that. But yeah, we'll be accepting PNG files for the texture, meaning that we should only have the option of dropping PNG files. Let's give it a shot. There we go. Come on. Okay. And here we are again. We got the content browser. I'll open up a scene real quick, just so that we can see the sprite inspector. So I'll select one of the entities. We have the texture field. I should be able to drag and drop only PNG files. So I'm trying to drag and drop the TTF file, and you can see that it's not actually highlighting for me to be able to drop into that field. If I look for the PNG, it does. Cool. So now we have a way to have fields in IMGUI respond to specific files being drug around. We just tell it which extension we want to listen to, and then IMGUI will indicate to the user using these boxes whether you can drag and drop a PNG onto the correct field. So if I'm kind of lackadaisically dragging a file into the inspector, I won't accidentally let go of the mouse when it's over a field that's not quite correct. I'll know that it'll only accept the file if it actually highlights blue, so I can be sure that I'm selecting the right box, or at the very least a compatible box. So cool, that's step one. So we have extension-based payloads, but I do have a question here, because there's going to be more than one kind of extension that will accept for image types. I wonder if you can accept multiple payload types. I'm going to do a quick search for this inside of the demo file. So that would be IMGUI demo.cpp. We've got 3 invocations of this. We have one that accepts IMGUI payload type color 3F, type color 4F. Okay, this looks like something. So what we've got here is we've got a drag drop target, and then multiple times within that target, we add the accept payload for multiple extensions, or for multiple payload types. So I'm thinking that's probably just how you do it. So inside of my renderer code, I could accept multiple types at the same time. Let me find this example inside of the demo project. So this is widgets color picker. I think I scrolled up too far. Widgets color button. That's what it is. So go to DRIMGUI demo, widgets color. It's color picker widgets. Where's the color button? Okay, here, color button. Wait. Oh, this is probably within the drag and drop block. Drag and drop. Let me take another look at this code. Widgets, color button. Just under widgets. But there's no color field. I'll have to keep scrolling up, I guess, until I find it. Widgets, color edit. Widgets, color. Widgets, plotting. Yeah, I really don't understand, because this is plotting, this is color. But I don't see. Oh, here it is. Okay, I was just not seeing it for some reason. So color. Okay, so we're looking for the text palette. Here, palette. Okay. So we can drag and drop colors into each palette entry, so each one of these can accept a color. Okay, I get it. Yeah, so this works exactly as it sounds like. These are component 4s. They're accepted because that's what type this second accept drag drop payload call accepts. Yeah, so I should be able to, in my own code, let's head back to the sprite inspector. I should be able to do something similar for multiple files. I could do .txt, for example. So what I should expect when this compiles and runs, I should expect that I can drag and drop PNGs and .txts into the field, and the others will be rejected. So let's test that out real quick. Select an entity, go to the content browser. We'll drag and drop an INI, doesn't seem to work. Drag and drop a PNG, it does work. Drag and drop a TXT, and it does work. Perfect. All right. So that's actually working quite well. Okay, so the next two big things are interacting with the operating system's drag and drop, and opening the, well, I should say the next two big things are interacting with the operating system and mounting the other virtual drives as drives inside of the file browser. I think we'll do it with the latter first, because dipping our toes into drag and drop with the operating system may be a little complicated. I'll have to do a little bit of research on the Mac OS side to see whether to check for any snags with compatibility, making an API that serves both Mac OS and Windows. There probably won't be too many big ones, but this is new territory for me. For the drive selection, this is something that I think I'll add as another pane. So right now we've got a really simple two-section solution where we got a top section that shows the current path, gives us an icon size slider, a back button for navigation, and then the second section down here, which just simply shows the contents of the folder as icons. I want to add a panel to the side that will look a lot like a file browser window. Go to File Explorer, how you normally have this second view, and I think you can actually just turn it on and off. Yeah, like that. So we'll have like a toggleable navigation pane. And then on that side, we will have the ability to select between the virtual file locations, which includes but is not limited to content. Yeah, so let me take a quick break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll get started on that. I just gotta pee. Alright, I'm back. Cool. So let's break this down. I think for the moment, I can simply wrap this section on the right into another table. Let me... This is gonna get a little messy looking, but I'm gonna put the demo section in the center view. Make that bigger, just to make it a little bit wider. Inside of the section on tables, down here, tables and columns, we should have resizable tables somewhere. Resizable. Right, so we've got resizable stretch, like this. We've got resizable fixed, and so on. I think what we want is resizable stretch. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll have a table where the left pane is resizable, and that's going to be the navigation. And then the entire rest of the view is going to be this section. Yeah, so let's take a look at that. Resizable, comma, stretched. Let's go to the demo file. Here, resizable, stretched. Let's take a look. So we've got some flags. IMGUI table flags, sizing, stretch, same. Resizable. Borders outer. Well, that's interesting. There's quite a lot of flags. We have IMGUI checkbox flags. Okay, so checkbox flags, I guess, is just a way for you to make a checkbox turn on or off flags. So the resizable and the borders V is toggleable. So that'd be this guy and this guy toggleable. Borders outer and stretch sizing the same. And context menu and body, those are all the same. I don't think we need all of those. I think we just need resizable. I think if we disable the borders vertical, then that'll be entirely fine, because we don't care about the left and the right edge. So we'll just start by adding a table cell with the resizable flag on it. We'll give it 2 columns, and we do a next column after we've got the navigation done. To actually make it like so that we can change sides. Like I believe you can actually put, like in a lot of these, you can put the navigation on the right side if you wanted. Though I'm not seeing the option immediately inside of Unreal. If I wanted to have something like that, that would take a little bit more work. But right now, I'm just going to have a fixed on or off system. So heading back to the code, here we go in the content view. We'll find the section where we start the table, and that would be before we start iterating through all of these loops. We have a table that will itself be contained within another table. So I'll add a toggle in the first section up here. We'll do a static bool. Let me look at my layout. I'll do this as a same line, so I'll do it on the same line as the icon size dragger. So we'll do static bool is nav visible. We'll set it equal to true by default, and we'll do an IMGUI checkbox. The label is navigation, and the address of is nav visible, so that it'll be able to set the value, and then we can use this to do a check later on. Let's make it same line, so above where we were doing the icon size, place it there, and then I'll do IMGUI same line, like that. Cool. All right, then we start the navigation region. And within that, we'll add the table that wraps this table. So I'll need a table flags. Here we go. And we need it to be resizable. I think that's pretty much it. Actually, I don't need to make a variable for this. I can just directly specify the value in IMGUI table. Right, so this will be the nav bar, I guess. Have I already used that? No, I haven't. Yeah, I'll just call it nav bar, even though that's technically not correct. We'll say 1 plus is nav visible. So what that'll do is that it'll be 1 if it's not visible, 2 if it is. And then for flags, we'll pass in the resizable flag. And then I think we do have to pass in the content region availability, right? Or no, I guess not. So I'll leave the outer size the same for the moment, and same with the inner width. Put this in the if statement, ending with IMGUI and table, like that. Gonna take a quick glance at the demo again, real quick. Yeah, so this code wasn't all that complicated. They just specified 3 columns and these flags up above. They did use sizing stretch same. Let me read the description of that. Columns defaults to width stretch with width heights on all equal unless overridden by table setup column. Yeah, actually I do want to set up sizing stretch proportional. Here. Because I want the sizing to initially be spaced with more room for or with only enough room for the visible elements on the navigation pane, if that makes sense. All right, cool. And then just to make sure that this is actually visible, we'll add some text. And GUI text test, like that. We'll do that a bunch of times. All right. Now we do need to have this wrapped a little bit. So we'll do next IMGUI column, or next column. Table next column. And then between here and the end, we would do all of this code. Which is where it gets a little bit tricky. Yeah, so we'll have to end the table down here. Like that. However, we would conditionalize this whole section based on is nav visible. Okay, I think this is structurally all right. So this block here will be where we do the navigation stuff, the navigation pane, and the rest of it will be always visible. It'll be the main content browser area. So let's give that a shot. There we go. All right, so that didn't work exactly as I wanted. Instead we've got a 2-panel thing going on. This seems to be working as expected, but we are not seeing the test text. Additionally, if nav visible is off, we only see the one column. I'm gonna get rid of the flags for the moment and see if they have any bearing on this, because if we don't provide flags, I think they're supposed to be like equal width by default. I'm only getting half of the space. I'm not quite clear on what I'm missing. Because this code kind of looks really simple. We've got a begin table. We've got table next row. I guess that's something. It does start with table next row on the first row, which is different. I don't usually use table row. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. I was using the there's three different ways that they do tables. I'm using the third, which is that I don't consider rows at all, and you just call next column, and it automatically moves on to the next row when it's necessary. Let me find that. I can find it in the demo, but configuration, tables. It's I think it's under basic actually. Yeah, so these are the three. The third method is only using next table next column, which tends to be convenient for blah 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 blah. So this will be here it is. Method 3. Basically, they do a table. They give it 3 columns. They go through the items, and yeah, I guess they do table next column before the first element. So I guess I just have to do that like this. I must have just missed that when I was. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so this is my original code, and I guess I did that too. It's not intuitive for me to say, go on to the next column before you went to the first column, right? You'd think that it would just start at the first column, but I guess not. So that's probably all it was. Let's give it a shot. Okay, we got something. We got half of something. If I check and uncheck the box, it looks like the whole thing goes, which is not what I was expecting. If nav is because this needs to be outside of the if statement. That's why. Okay, got it. This should be it. This is the one. I'm sure it is. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we've got a panel on the left that we can start putting stuff into. The panel on the right seems to be okay. Let's make it resizable again. Where did that go? That was here. It was IMGUI table flags underscore resizable, and then whoops, there was another flag as well. That was, well, I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was called, so I'm just going to wait for IntelliSense to pop up and I can just scroll through the list. Come on, IntelliSense. Okay, there we go. It was sizing stretch proportional. That's the other one. Okay. And this will make it so that it's automatically sized to be only as wide as necessary for the nav panel, and then we move on. Well, okay, so that's not quite working. So the first problem is that the table height here is only as long as is needed for the rows. So we can see that as I make the right column taller, that well, maybe you can't quite see it because it's really thin, but this 1 pixel line that divides the two, that only goes so far down. I want that to go all the way down. So in order for that to work, we'll need to do a vertical size as well. There's got to be a session for that. I probably have to specify a custom external size in the call. Yeah, there's an outer size that you can specify. Let's see if we can find an example of that in use inside of the demo. Here it is. Use outer size equals 0 instead of default to make the table as tight as possible. Only valid when no scrolling and no stretch column. What's this one? Sizing fixed fit. Maybe there's another policy that will automatically set the height. Yeah. I don't think that these flags actually apply to what I'm trying to do, but I will supply the outer size. It was taking it as a reference, so I can actually just do an R value reference for it. We're going to make this... Actually, we'll make this entire table the content region available, this guy. This should get us the entire space within this child view as a vec2. And that should be enough. What's the problem? Expression must have a bool type or be convertible to bool type. Oh, I put it inside the wrong set of parentheses. All right. And hopefully that'll be enough. This flag didn't do what I thought it would do, but we'll worry about that later. Yeah, how's your day going? What's up? There we go. Okay. That's looking better. We got the line going all the way down now, so we have a navigation panel that we can toggle. That's good. So I guess we'll have to make this a tree. And then go through each file location and populate those trees. I'm dealing with a little bit of brain fog right now, so I'm going a little bit slow. Same as every day, not much happened. Yeah. Sometimes no news is good news, though. Sometimes it's okay for things to be the same. I wonder about that flickering there is about. When I go to enable the column for a second, it like flickers on the edge. That's not really important, but yeah, so we'll actually have to iterate through 3 different directories, probably 4, because I also will want to make the temporary redirected file, or the redirected to temp file, visible. Which means that I'd be hitting the operating system 4 times as much. This might be the time where I should start looking at caching the list of files and then having like a watch on each directory, so that way I'm not hitting the file system every frame. That's something that we will have to do anyway. Nope, that's... I'm putting that on the back burner. Gonna deal with that later. Let's just start with being able to select a drive on the left. It's not really critical for me to have a full navigation tree on the left, the way that I would inside of one of these systems, where you can see the whole structure on the left and then select a folder. It's more important for me to be able to navigate back to one of the other routes. So you got the content, you got the save, the persistent data, and the temporary folder. So let's make those selectable. I'm gonna take a look at that demo for selectable items, because I can't quite remember what the call was. So selectable is basic. So these are selectable in the sense that you just click on one. And here's the single selection, which is what I care about. Selection state, single selection. Let's go to the demo file. Here it is. And basically they keep a variable with the selected value. They started at -1. They have a selectable where they pass a buffer. And the buffer is a label. Okay. And that label is populated by sprintf, so sprintf. So basically I would just pass in a string literal for this. And then selected equals n. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Not so hard. Head back to the content view, and instead of doing all that test text, we will do IMGUI selectable, put in the label, I guess I'll give it the full name, and then we'll pass in a variable for the selected state. How's my day? My day's going okay. It's going a little bit slow. It's a little bit hot. My sister is doing work in the main apartment, so I have to keep my door closed, and I'm using this little fan to cool me down. But yeah, not every day's a winter, you know. But yeah, we're getting some cool work done, so I guess that's that doesn't count for nothing in my book. It's a pretty good day anytime I get some good work done. That's interesting. So there's multiple overloads for this. You can pass in a regular Boolean, or you can pass in a pointer to a Boolean. Did they, in the demo, use a return value on that? Yeah, they did. They used the return value out. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll do static int that's not gonna work. I've got to track which drive is the top level of the current directory. So it's going to require a little bit of thought. Actually, no, it won't. No, I know exactly what to do. So we'll do a static enum class. This will be selected drive. Oops. And I believe I can just do one locally like this. Why do I need to know the drive? Because you're going to be using these selectables to change the drive. but I technically don't need to know which drive it is, because I know from the start that it will begin with the content drive being selected. And then when you go to click one of the other drives, we'll not only change the selected drive, but we'll also change the current path. So it's a one-way street for that information. Cool. And then we'll do an instance of it. I should say virtual drive selected drive. Cool. And can we default initialize it from here? I think we can. I think that works. Or no, it doesn't. Okay. Or I have to do virtual dive : : I might have to break this into 2 lines. Okay, that works. So we're just making a quick little dirty type that we can use in here. So the select drive starts out as the content. And then we'll do selectables for each of these. So selectable, we're going to say selected drive equals virtual drive content for the Boolean. And then we use its return value to set the selected drive back. So we'll say selected drive equals virtual drive content, like that. Okay, and we'll duplicate this a few times and do the correct. Oh yeah, I mean the virtual drives, not the storage drives. Yeah, we're. I was thinking about this a little bit, about whether I want this to be like a full file browser, and I've decided against it. I think it's important to display the full path and to be able to do something like right-click and then say Open in File Explorer. But my idea is that when I get to the top level, it's going to be one of these virtual drives, and then anything else that you need to bring in. From another game project, for example, you would drag and drop it in from the folder containing that project. There's not a huge amount of reasons why you would need to bring in stuff from other game projects when you're working on a game. That is, in the sense that you're not adding them to your project and then using them from there. So you wouldn't, for example, try and instantiate a prefab from another game project. You would first import it into your game project, and then it'd be visible. And taking a look at Unreal and Unity, this is the way that Unity does theirs. The topmost level you can get to is the assets folder, and you can't go above that. You can go into packages. Technically, that's another location, but it's still within your project. And I think Unreal does the same thing. Yeah, you have the all, and that's I think that's a collection, technically speaking, where this is like everything in the project, not an actual folder. There's no all folder, but then you have your content folder, and then you can't go above that. Okay, so yeah, for these then, I'll just replace the relevant text. Wait, that's not right. Content, content, content. Replace those with save, and then replace these with temp. Oops. There we go. Content data, save that. Content data, save temp. All right. Now it's one thing to keep track of which drive is selected, but we should also actually. We should also actually change the path on the current path. So current path is a variable that we can set directly. Current path is on the native file system, not the virtual file system. So what I'll need to do is I'll need to get the relative paths as native paths when we make a change. So each of these will need to be turned into blocks, like that. And then after we change the selected drive, we will say current path equals EP file, get blah 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 blah. So we have a get content directory already. Getting the save and getting the data directories, that's probably something that we'll want to expose as public API calls anyway, so we'll go ahead and add those. Getting the temp folder, I don't know if I want that as a public API call. So like in your game code, you could imagine a scenario where you want to directly get the location of your save and your data directories, even though the file system API kind of handles writing to those locations for you. But in the case of temp files, I generally don't want you to be doing temp file creation yourself. You should be using file generate temp file, this guy, because it'll actually use the operating system calls to generate you a guaranteed unique temp name. In the way that the operating system prefers. So for this one, I'm going to do it as a internal. Oops. The API will kind of look the same, but the difference is that this is going to be declared in the internal header instead of the public one. So let's add these calls. I'll duplicate these things like that. Get data directory. And then the variable is data dir path. And then this is save dir path. Get save directory. And then this one will be get temp directory. And it'll be temp dir path. And then we need to do declarations for these. So I'll do copies of those prototypes. We'll go to file.h on, this is the editor one. The EP internal, and it will take I'll do it up here. It will take the temp directory getter up here, and that'll be fine. Actually, you know what? I don't need it at all. I can just access temp dir path. I forgot about that. But I'll go ahead and make the other calls API calls because they'll be useful to have for the game projects. So on the public enterprise, right below get content directory, we will have get data and get save directory. Like that. And I'll quickly add documentation. Easy peasy. All right. Good. All right. And then in here, we'll just directly access temp dir path. Oh, but in order to get it, I need to switch to using the EP internal header. Come on. Center path. All right. That's fine. I guess if we're going to be using the internal stuff, there's no reason for us to be using these getters. Because this is the public, or this is the private editor code, so. Content, data, save, temp. Cool. All right. Okay. There's another snag that I've spotted, and that's because we currently gray out the up one level button, the back button. We gray it out whenever we're at the topmost level. That's no longer just the content directory. So we now have to consider which drive we are in. What I'll do is I will take this whole declaration and move it out. Up here. Virtual drive content. And then we'll say at top level, we'll have to do this as a switch. Switch, selected drive. Can I just generate the case statements from here? That would be real nice if I could. I guess not. Whatever. Da-da-da-da. Okay, and we'll set at top level equal to current path equals file EP file, I should say, content dir path, and we would do a similar deal for each of these paths. Okay, cool. That seems to be enough. So when we do the content panel, we are tracking the current selected drive. Depending on which selected drive we are at, we determine whether we're at the top level by comparing the current path with the path on file for each of these locations. Then we do the top panel where we do the back button. We do the path as a text string, and then we do the toggle for navigation. We do the icon size, we do the separator, and we do the rest. All right, let's try that out. Okay, we got a problem. Blah, 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 blah. Content on CPP. EP file, content or path. I haven't exported these symbols. Okay, let's do that now. All right. Oh, there we go. All right, let's see how it does. Cool. So we've got. Oh, we actually don't have anything in. Oh, I haven't actually implemented it. That's why I forgot. So I've got the whole. I got the mechanism set up for tracking which location we're on, but there's some. I didn't actually get the selectables in there. I don't think I did. Right. So in content.cpp. Oh no, I did. I got the selectables in there. So what did I miss? I don't see what I missed. That's annoying. What did I miss? We've got the label, which is just a string. We're passing in the Boolean. It's returning false immediately. So window skip items is set to true for some reason. Set when items can safely all be clipped. Okay. So ImGUI seems to think that the text in that region is getting clipped. Why would it think that? Perhaps it has to do with this, the table size. Let me turn off my breakpoint and continue. Oh, that's a good question. Let me take a look. I didn't delete it, but I put, yeah, you caught it though. You caught the problem. I put it after the selectable code. That's annoying. Thank you. Let's rebuild that and rerun it. Okay, there we go. All right, so if I select data, we're now inside of test game / dot dot / data. And it's got the dot dot in there because that's where it's redirected in the project file. Inside of this guy, we have the dot dot, so it shows up in here. But yeah, it's navigated there. It's navigated to the save folder and the temp folders. There's nothing in the temp folder right now because the temp folder is currently not messing up. Everything is getting cleared out of there since it's written to it. Yeah, let's test it out though. So we've got the data for the editor. Actually, we should be looking in the data for the test game because we have test game loaded right now. So this is the location of testinput.ini, which has the game's input mappings. It shows up inside of the editor correctly down in here, testinput.ini. If I was to do some navigation in here, I'll add a folder, and then I'll add some text files. I'll copy this guy and paste it a few times. That's not letting me. Can I duplicate? Okay. Got a couple of files in there. And if we take a look, we got the new folder, test3.ini, test input, yada, yada, yada. Cool. And so that seems to be working. We got the back button allowing us to navigate out. So it's grayed out when I'm at the top level of data. If I double click, then I'm inside of this folder and I can click back out. Also, while I'm inside of the subfolder, I can click the drive letter and it'll take me back out. Cool. So the next step in this drive letter selection thing would be to make these into trees so I can see all the subfolders inside on the navigation side. That's not really important to me at the moment. Let me quickly confirm that the save is working and the temp is also working. Cool. And I'll just clear these out. Awesome. All right, so now we've got basic navigation to drives, which was a decent goal. And thinking in like minimal viable product terms, the next thing to deal with would be getting dragging and dropping to work from the OS side. So that is dragging a file into the content browser, being enough to copy it into that location. And then when it comes to dragging and dropping into the scene, hang on a minute. Actually, yeah, the other thing would be opening up the file inside of the default program as prescribed by the OS. I think this is probably the next target. The idea that if I got a PNG file here, I double click on it and it opens it up in my art editor. That's the thing I want to do next. I've never done that before, so let's see how you're supposed to do it. There we go, Stack Overflow. 10 years, 7 months ago, viewed 28,000 times. Is there a simple way to open up a file by its associated program in Windows? Blah, 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 blah. You want to use the file to open as the file argument, not the parameter argument. So I guess we just use shell execute to do that. Okay, that's interesting. There's no... Oh, there it is. There's the shell execute W. I was looking for the wide version, and I had to scroll down a little bit to see it. Okay, so we got the window handle, LP operation, a pointer to a null terminated string, referred to in this case as a verb, that specifies the action to be performed. Generally, the actions from an object's shortcut menu are available verbs. So we have edit, explore, find, open. So in this case, we would just use open. Okay, and then looking back at the example, they used 0, 0, and then they pass in the path. Okay, the operation is actually optional, so is the window handle. The default verb is used if available. If not, the open verb is used. If neither verb is available, it uses the first verb listed in the registry. Okay, I think I'm following along. So when you go to install a program, you tell Windows all the things that it can do with files. If we pass in null, that's the general way to select, to invoke a file on a program. Because it can either accept it without any, the program itself will choose what the default verb is. Otherwise, it'll use the open verb. So, yeah, we would say null, null, then the path, and then what are the remaining arguments? Pointer to a null terminated string that specifies the file or object to execute the verb. Wait, that's the where we put in the file. If LP file specifies an executable file, this parameter is a pointer to a null terminated string that specifies parameters. That's okay. I have a feeling I'm going to be using this function a lot in the future when I get the build system working. We can specify the working directory, otherwise it'll use the current working directory. Hey, Yolan. Welcome in. Yeah, it's coming along. What we just did is we just got virtual drives mounted to the file system. So when you go to navigate around, you can back up to the top level or click the drive that you want to look inside. Before I came back on, I did a little bit of work on making the icons a little bit nicer, so now they're centered. But yeah, right now we're doing a quick little bit of research to see how we would open up a file in the default program in Windows. And I'm going to be using that as a baseline upon which we will add functionality to files, if that makes sense. So by default, if you double click on a file in here, by default, it will open up in its external editor. So I can open up PNG from here in an art program. But then I can add an internal editor if I want, and that'll supplant the open behavior. But we're doing the default behavior first. Okay. So we don't need to pass in the working directory. We'll just use the current one. It doesn't really matter in this case. The flags that specify how an application is to be displayed when it is opened. Okay, so this is like a program specific thing. So I suppose we would say it can be any of the values that can be specified in the ncmd show parameter. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. So we can tell it whether to come in focus or whatever. So we'd use SW show to make it the program in focus. Got it. Okay, that's actually really easy. So this code I can just cut and paste exactly, pretty much. Let's go to the code. Stop debugging. And then in here, where we had the double click behavior, here we go. Previously, what we were doing is calling this generic call open file in editor, which would take the extension out of the file and determine which editor to use and then open it up from there. I guess that's where we can implement this call. So in the open in editor call, we parse out the extension. We look up the callbacks. If there's a callback, we invoke it. Five percent chance SW hide. Hang on. Hides the window and activates another window. Is it? Do you just mean that it's not reliable or something? Okay. Previously, I was just reporting an error in the console to say that we don't have a registered editor, but now I'm actually going to do something a little different. I'll do. Oh, I should troll the user and just have it run in the background for no reason. Yeah, it seems like that's part of the master plan of a lot of these applications, right? Because it's always like once in a while you'll try to open up the file and you're like, where is it? And it just doesn't work for some reason. Yeah, I'm not that evil. I'm bad, but I'm not that bad. So I'll do the shell execute code from here. The trouble is that this is not platform specific, so I'll need to have a platform specific call for this. I'll do this as a core system thing. I don't make too many core level elements anymore. Basically, like the lowest level stuff I would put inside of the core folder, such as the shared library export API stuff. I'm going to add something in here in platform helpers. Well, this is the Win32 version, so that doesn't really count. I'll add a core thing for running programs externally, and then that'll give me a way to give an API that I can use throughout the engine that's portable on Mac and Windows and later on Linux. So let's do that. We'll do core new file. I guess I'll call it shell.h, and we'll do shell related things in here. Oops. Yeah, I think I will put this in the in the enterprise namespace, the EP namespace. Because I can't think of a reason why I wouldn't. But this is a pretty low level thing. So it'll be like EP. Maybe I should start using EP core as a namespace. This doesn't really apply to macros, but it applies to certain functions. Like this, wcard UTF-8. I could put this in like EP core and like widen and narrow or something like that. Make that a little bit nicer. Whatever. For now, I'll just do EP. And we'll say void execute. For void, open in external. Open file external. Take an std string for the path. Open in, how about open in external editor? That sounds pretty good. And I could probably get a, here we go. If the function succeeds, its return value is greater than 32. If it fails, then it gives you an error value. Yeah, so we could wrap this in an error. So here's what I'll do. I'll do a Boolean return on this. So we'll return true if it's successful and false otherwise. I need this to be EP API. And then if there's a failure, then I'll just log out what the problem was. That should be where we go. So let's include string and include enterprise core shared library exports. And then we'll do a shell.cpp. Namespace EP, and we'll do the definition, which was this, and oh, this also needs to be extern. Okay, and then we just paste in. Oh, this needs to be platform specific, so let me do that. Shell win32.cpp, and we'll do the definition here. And then we'll do a macOS version later on. We'll need to do the if in def win32 mean and lean. Oops. Include or define. I'm very sure it's win32 mean and lean. I don't type it all the time. Or is it lean and mean? There it is. Win32 lean and mean. Okay. So if in def, we define it. Oops. Then we end if. And then we include windows.h. Okay. And then that should give us access to similar stuff to like this, right? Shell execute is ultimately part of windows.h. Oh no, it's in shell API.h. Okay. Let's get this added to the CMake lists and confirm that the IntelliSense is fixed. All right, we're making progress. Okay, so in dynamic builds, this is the IMGUI stuff. So we're doing this in the static build as well. Actually, do I even want this in static build? Nah, it doesn't matter. It'll be excluded if we don't link to it. Okay. I'll put this... Trying to figure out my inclusion order. Oh, that's interesting. It's at some point this got alphabetized. It is I don't think that was on purpose. So I guess I'll follow alphabetical order, but this is the inclusion order. I guess it would be the very last item. So this will be shell.h. And then in the source, here, engine source, underneath core. Wait, this is going to be platform specific, so we'll put that down here. Engine source Win32. We will add shell Win32. I'll leave the macOS out of this for the moment, and I'll just leave that to be implemented. Okay. That is configured correctly. Shell API. Awesome, and now this is finding everything. Or it's not. It's not finding shell execute W. Why not? Huh. That's interesting. I do need to make that explicit. And then we'll need to include... Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder why it seems to be not finding it. I'm sure it'll compile, but I'll put that on the back burner. Maybe I have to link to shell32 explicitly. That might be part of it. But the header at least should be resolving the header. So we got the main header. We'll need enterprise core platform helpers because we need to be able to convert the UTF-8 to wide. So we'll say UTF-8 to WCAR, passing in the path, and we'll do a .c string. Okay. Oh, and now it finds it. Okay. Cool. So that's looking fine. So we should be able to use EP open and external. I'll change that to application. And we should be able to include shell.h in here, and then right in here. I'm trying to remember where it was. Oh, it's in editor.cpp, that's right. So in here, when we do open file in editor, if there's not already a callback for that file type, we will do return open in external app path. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. So we just include that header. Include enterprise / core / shell. And then in this guy, I do actually need to return a value. So basically just return whether it's greater than 32, I think it was. Here it goes. If it succeeds, it returns a value greater than 32. 0 through 31 are for errors, I guess. So we'll say return that greater than 32. Bam. All right, and this is in the EP namespace. Right, there we go. All right, moment of truth time, F7. If this works, then I should just be able to double click on any file and have them open. But it very assuredly doesn't work because it failed to compile. What do we got? I've got a typo is what I've got. Yeah, there we go. That's what happens when you get excited. Oh, and the greater than 32 is giving me an error now. Comparison between pointer and integer. Oh, this returns a pointer? It returns an H instance. It is not a true H instance, however. It can be cast only to an int pointer and compared to either 32 or the... Okay, so I guess we're supposed to cast it like that. What does int pointer cast to? Type def long long. Okay, that'll work. Okay, build finished. Awesome. Let me find something to open. Example.txt. If I double click it, we got a DLL loaded up in the debugger. This is not the file. All right, so something did or didn't happen. Debug console. We linked to GDI plus WPD shell extension, app help, and DLNA shell extension. I'm not sure what all those things are, but what is clear is that we don't have a window open with example.txt. I was expecting Notepad or something to launch, but it didn't. Let's try something else. Let's try GLSL file. It doesn't seem to be doing anything either, so we've got a problem. I'm not getting a message, so let me hit a breakpoint on this guy and we'll check for problems. But that was a scene file, so that doesn't count. Okay, here we go. Open an external app, test game / content / simple msdf.glsl. Yeah, so that's all looking good. Let me step out. It returned false, so we got an error situation going on. So one of these error codes we'll have to check for. So we'll have to go ahead and do some error catching handling on this guy. Call get last error for extended error information. All right. So we'll do a bool return val equals that. No, actually it'll be, sorry, it'll be an int pointer. So int pointer EC equals shell execute W's return value. And then we'll say if EC is less than or equal to 32, then we've got a problem. Else we don't. Like that. So we can do a switch, I guess, on these guys. What I'll do is I'll just copy this whole block out and then paste it. We will get rid of all of the miscellaneous text. Like that. Now we've got all of the things to check for, except for 0, because that 0, it doesn't look like that has a macro associated with it. And then we'll do switch EC and beside each of these, we'll say case colon, etc. Except for that's case without, yeah. And we'll do a break following each of them. Okay. And then I'll do the same thing as before. Probably should have thought of this before I did all that clicking and deleting, but what we will do is take all these strings and print them out. All right. There'll be EP error. I'm going to wrap all of these in an EP error. Like so. Okay. Provide an additional set of context. We'll do EP open. Actually, it'll just be, yeah, it'll be open in external app. And we'll chase all these up with a path. Like so. Okay. And what are you complaining about? EP error is undefined. Oh, I need to include the like that. Cool. Right, so these are all of the error messages. I can also use the get last error for extended error information, so I'll do that. I could probably just do this, and we'll say get last error, and then we'll use get last error. We have a helper function for this. I'm just a little fuzzy on what it was called. Win32 last error message. Okay. Cool. And then let's just get these in the correct case statements. Like so. Da-da-da-da. When we get into the build system stuff, being able to launch external applications is going to be, that's going to be used a lot, because we're going to be doing things like invoking compilers and CMake and Xcode and things like that. Okay. Is this good? It kind of looks good to me, but we got squigglies. What is this? Case label value has already appeared in this switch at line 26. So we have error file not found, and apparently that takes the same value as, what was it? Error FNF, huh. Okay, so these case statements are actually the same. I wonder why it's listed twice. Okay, same thing here. Cool. All right, now we've got error reporting. All right, F7. All right, and let's try it out. We'll take the example.txt file, double click it, go to the debug console. The specified file was not found. I thought it would use the current working directory to find it. That's a good point. Forward slashes might not be considered okay. It's not mentioned here though. And I kind of thought that Windows was tolerant of receiving forward slashes, even though it always returned backslashes. Maybe that was an incorrect assumption. I'll hop into the UTF-8 to wide char helper, and I'll go ahead and add the slash replacement to the string. Wait, no, except for this might be used in cases besides paths, so that's not good. That's not gonna work. I guess I'll have to literally go through here and do it myself. Okay, so what we'll do is instead of putting this as a parameter, what we'll do is we'll do a stdw string. This will be path wide, and we'll set it equal to this guy, and then we will do a we'll do a std replace. We'll do path wide dot begin, path wide dot end, and then we're replacing the forward slash with backslashes. Okay, and then we'll plug in pathwide.cstring into the shell execute W. All right, let's give that a shot. That's a good catch though, what's up? You're always really sharp on this stuff. Okay, that was it. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, so now when I go to double click on a file, we have the file launch in the default program on Windows. Font files open up in the font viewer. GLSL opens up in, what did it open up in? VS Code? Nothing happened when I double clicked, but I also didn't get an error message. So where's this error coming from? Oh. Okay. Yeah, let me open up that location. So we're in the test game, content. Yeah, the GLSL, if I double click it, it opens it up in VS Code. But for some reason, launching it from here, it doesn't open in VS Code. Okay, actually now we've got, there was a big old hang there for a minute. I wonder what caused that. The only thing that would make sense to me would be if like VS Code is swallowing that request because we're currently debugging through it. That's the only thing that would make sense to me. But the others are opening okay. So cool. That was kind of a big deal. All right. Something interesting is happening though. When I go to double click and I come back to the program, you see that little tooltip appear. It still thinks that I'm clicking and holding on the icon that I double clicked. So we should resolve that. Let's head back to the content view, where we initially invoke open file in editor. I think we should mark, if it's possible, I want to clear the mouse clicked status. It's not obvious to me how you would do that. Yeah, I'm not sure best way to go about this. Let's take a look at the InDRIM GUI demo, the mouse state section. Something we could do is we could do a timeout on the mouse down. Somehow defer the shell open at the end of the main loop or event loop. I suppose that would work. If we were to queue it up, and so we're only doing the open once the IMGUI frame is finished, then IMGUI will no longer think that we're holding down the mouse button. Or at least it won't get stuck thinking that we're holding down the mouse button, because it'll pull the mouse again afterward. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Let me think about that. Because IMGUI receives the mouse up and mouse down events from Windows. So I think what's happening is that it's not that when we're clicking on the, yeah, okay. So when we click inside the bounds of the window and then we change to another program. So I'm going to click and drag and then Alt Tab and then head back to this window. We have the same problem. We got the mouse down event, but it doesn't think that we've let go. And I don't think that's truly IMGUI's fault, because I think the issue is that Windows is not sending it mouse down events anymore. I've had to deal with similar things in my programs, like when I do. Let me open up a scene file. When I do, gameplay in here or whatever. What I do is I link the mouse I link the sorry, the window focus events, so that when the window loses focus, I link that to the input system so that the input system flushes the currently captured mouse input. So that way, if you change to another program while you're doing stuff with the mouse, it will automatically assume you've let go of all buttons, which is what IMGUI kind of needs to do here. I could probably implement that myself on the IMGUI window layer. But it feels like this should be handled by IMGUI directly. Let me go to the entry point. Here. So this is the window code for the editor. The way that this normally works is that you just pass along the stuff to the IMGUI window handler, and then if it returns false, then you handle what's left. So on the one hand, I could take the when focused event, which I don't think I have a handler for right now. I could do an event handler in here that automatically reports a mouse release event. Like we could generate one and then I could pass it to the IMGUI WinProc handler. But then I would have to do the same inside of the IMGUI library, because in the docking branch, IMGUI creates its own windows when you go to undock like this. I would also need to have that handling done inside of that code. Which isn't great. And I'm so indecisive. It seems like this sort of thing should have been figured out by Dear IMGUI before. I'm actually really surprised that we're dealing with this problem. There's got to be... There's got to be an open issue on this. Let's search within the issues directly. I'm not finding it at all. That's so strange. For now, I'm going to list this as a bug, and I'll come back to it later. But yeah, it kind of looks to me like the fix is going to require doing some windowing code. Um, it doesn't matter if we delay the shell, because no matter how long we delay it, there's the possibility that the mouse up event will occur after the focus has changed, so it would still break in some circumstances. The real fix is going to be to have IMGUI flush the mouse input when it loses focus. Um, yeah, and we'll just come back to that later. But to be honest, that's kind of small fish. Being able to open up, excuse me, being able to open up a file in another program, that was the goal, and we got it done. So the next thing to look at would be to be dragging and dropping files from Windows into the content browser. This is a thing that I happen to know is not supported by DRM GUI. So we'll have to add that ourselves. So that means that we use the drag and drop API from whichever OS, Win32 in this case. And then in addition to that, we'll have to find a way to take and map that data to DRM GUI. Basically mapping the path to the file to a drop inside of the content browser. Yeah. What time is it now? I've only been doing this for 2.5 hours. I did get a late start. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, collect myself. Once I'm back, we will do the research and see how easy it is to do a drag drop into the editor from Windows, so that I can just take and drag whatever asset I find on the internet into my game project, and then we can use it from there. It'll be, let's say, 10 minutes or so. Get some water, get some Advil, stretch my legs. Alrighty, I'm back. So where were we? Cool, we got files opening up from the content browser. Let's change gears and get the other way around, dragging files into the content browser to add them. I don't have the faintest which call I should use. So let's Google it and move on from there. 132, drag and drop. Bam. Drag and drop refers to data transfers in which a mouse or a blah 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 and does a thing and whatever. Okay, so you have I drag drop source, I drop target, do drag drop. Okay. Let's take a look at those. Is this? This is com. Okay. So we'll have to do com. Which is another thing I don't really do. Okay. So it looks like we'll have to set this up with com, which if I'm remembering correctly, it's like it like links up DLLs as needed and unlinks them. Like I think of the file open dialog. I'm using a library for it, but I'm pretty sure the file open dialog library, which is called native file dialog, that utilizes com. Let's take a look at it. Okay. So it basically calls com_init. Com_init is a helper function that calls co-initialize index, or co-initialize x, not index. I made up the word index for passing in com_init flags, which is co-init apartment ap apartment threaded. Coint disable coinit disable OLE1DDE. Okay, so we have to co-initialize to initialize the com library. And then they have an uninit where they call with uninit where they check the return value of co-initialize, and then they uninitialize from there. Okay. I think I'm going to probably have to do some study on the com library to correctly use this stuff, and I don't really want to spend that time right now. Drag accept files. What is drag accept files? Is that a library? I can spell today. Oh, this is part of the Shell API. Technically still part of Win32, but yeah, this is not first and foremost on the Google results. It doesn't look like. Let's take a look through it. Registers whether a window accepts dropped files. The identifier of the window that is registering whether it will accept dropped files. Okay. And then okay, and then we receive WM drop files messages, right? Yeah, okay. A handle to an internal structure describing the drop files. Pass this handle to drag finish, drag query file, or drag query point to retrieve information. Okay, all right. An application should return 0 if it processes the message. Let's take a look at those structures. So we normally will pass it into these. Pass the handle in, that is. Void drag finish releases the memory that the system allocated for use, and okay, that's a finisher, it sounds like. Retrieves the names of dropped files that result from a successful drag and drop operation. And what's this one? Retrieves the position of the mouse pointer at the time that a file was dropped during a drag drop operation. Okay. And then how does drag finish pull in? Am I required to use drag finish in one of these calls? Is there like a drag begin? Yeah, I think this is probably easier for sure. But I'm still adjusting to it. Sandals retrieve from the... So, do we have to call drag finish on the data passed in from the message? That seems a little strange, right? Because it comes in as a handle. Okay, here's something. Transferring shell objects with drag and drop in the clipboard. Okay. Windows provides two standard ways for applications to transfer shell data. Cuts or copies shell data, such as one or more files to the clipboard. The application retrieves the data from the clipboard. The user drags an icon that represents the data from the source application and drops it onto the window. Yep. In both cases, the data transferred is contained in a data object. Data objects are component object model objects that expose the iData object interface. Hang on. Okay, we are still in the same section, Windows Shell. So it sounds like these are interrelated. I guess you have to because OS needs to deallocate after you finish using file names. Yeah, if it was that, you would think it would say that I have to call drag finish, and it doesn't. I controlled F for drag finish. It's not on this page except for the link on the left to get you to the documentation for that function. Yeah, so it's specifically for transferring file names. Query point gets you a position, and you manage that memory because you literally pass in the address of the out value. And same thing here for the query file W. So like, because you pass in a pointer to a wide string. If you don't call drag finish, I guess the OS will clean them up for you when the terminates the process. Well, that's literally true anyway, right? When your process terminates. I've never done this before. Okay, yeah. So yeah, technically what you said is true in every scenario anyway. This is something that OSs do for you. It's one of their responsibilities. Is that when your process starts, it gets your application its own address space, and then when your application terminates, correctly or not, so whether it ended successfully or because of an error, all of that memory is cleaned up anyway. It's all the slate's wiped cleaned when your program closes. So that's sort of unnecessary. But this sort of a call suggests that the memory is managed outside of my application, outside of my process. And I guess that's why, I guess that this is where the COM model comes in, because component object model, I believe that's I believe that there's a memory management aspect to it. So I guess we're not out of the woods when it comes to COM, because this is the API covering this topic and it's dealing with COM. In both cases, the transfer data is contained in the data object. Data objects are COM objects. So supposedly drag finish clears that out when we're done with it. Okay, 3 essential steps that all shell data transfers must follow. The source creates a data object representing the data to be transferred. The target receives a pointer to the data object's iDataObject interface. We call iDataObject to extract data from it. The difference between clipboard and drag and drop lies primarily in how iDataObject pointer is transferred from the source to the target. Okay. While somewhat more complex to implement, drag and drop data transfer has some significant advantages. Yeah, whatever. Okay, the drop source must provide functionality beyond what is required for clipboard transfers. The drop source must also create an object that exposes an iDrop source interface. The system uses the iDrop source to communicate with the source while the operation is in progress. It's responsible for tracking cursor movement and displaying an icon to represent the data object. Okay. Drop targets must also provide more functionality than is needed to handle clipboard transfers. The drop target must expose an iDrop target interface. When the cursor is over a target window, the system uses iDrop target to provide the target with information such as the cursor position and to notify it when the data is dropped. Okay, so I think this is because there's two-way communication happening. I think that's what's going on here. If we take a look at the drag finish, probably this is to notify another process that we are done. Oh no, I think I read that wrong. The iDrop target. Yeah, we'll come back to that. The drop target must register itself with the system using register drag drop. Okay, so we got a procedure after all that reading. All right, so first we call register drag drop. Give the system a pointer to its iDrag drop target interface, and registers a window as a drop target. So inside of the iDrop target, then inheritance methods, it's got drag enter, drag leave, drag over, and drop. So we implement these methods then. All right, so this is our way of handling a drop operation. When the user starts the drag drop operation, the source creates a data object and initiates a drag loop by calling do drag drop. Okay, so I don't call this, the program that I'm dragging from calls this. When the cursor is over the target window, the system notifies the target by calling one of the target's iDrop target methods. The system calls iDrop target drag enter when the cursor enters the target window. Okay, so we get a notification when we've entered the window, and we get a drag over as the cursor moves. Both methods provide the drop target with the current cursor position and the state of modifier keys. When the cursor leaves the target window, the system notifies the target by calling iDrop target drag leave. When any of these methods return, the system calls the iDrop source interface to pass the return value to the source. Yeah, the thing that I'm getting confused about is that it doesn't seem... Drag finish doesn't have to do with any of this. So it's like there's a second API, but the only tutorial they have is the newfangled one. I say newfangled as if COM hasn't been around for, decades. But it's a different API, I think. Drag accept files only accepts files from Windows. Oh, you mean from what? I guess I'm not following what you mean there, because this accepts it from Windows as well. Because no matter how you slice it, it kind of comes down to Windows messages. The message pump injecting data from the operating system into the app. Yeah, see the link from. So yeah, this is confusing. So the function drag accept files, seems really simple. Like you call it and it will, you give it the window handle and true or false, and if it's true, then it'll start accepting file messages. When you go to drag over it, it'll give you one of these, which is a simple way for you to get a handle to receive file information from dragging in. You can get the query point to see where the mouse is as it's dragging, and you can get the file that it's trying to drop. But then there's this thing here where it says they have to pass that handle to drag finish to release memory that the system allocated for this. And I don't see why I should have to do that on my end. Right? Because on my end, why not? Because on my end, I'm already allocating my own copy. When I go to call drag query point, I pass in a pointer to my own point structure, and it populates it with the point data. And the same thing here. I've got a LPW string, which is a pointer to a wide string. So we pass in a pointer, and it's basically a buffer, a string buffer, and my buffer gets populated with the information. So I don't see why I would need to release the data that was passed in from the WN message. And it's a thing you don't have to do for any other message type, right? Like if you look at a let me go to my window code again. So this is the editor window procedure. In every other case where you have to get data from the wparam, you just use the data and then you break and that's it. And then this goes out of scope. It's no longer in memory and you don't have to clear it out. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. It has to do with the fact that it's in a process. So this is something that like I've never. This is a category of programming I haven't had to do before. So I think I'm kind of missing a lot of the subtext. But my guess is that this is not related at all to deallocating the data I receive from the window procedure. It is instead telling the process that started the chain of events that led to the window procedure call, telling it that the window procedure is finished. That's my best guess. So if that's the case, then let me think this through logically. We would get the message. We would get the hdrop structure. We can pass that into drag query point to get the mouse location, drag query file W to get the dropped files from the drag and drop. And then at the end, we call drag finish, and the application that started the chain of events, if it has a thread watching, it can receive a message back saying that, yeah, we're done now. But then it says the system allocated it, so I don't, whatever. All right, I think this is the answer. We'll try it out, see if it works, and if it doesn't, then we'll do something else, because that's how this goes. So for starters, I'm not going to. I'm gonna implement this only on the main window. One of the reasons why we have an IMGUI fork in the first place is because there's a lot of customization that we have to do within the library itself. This is one of those because in order for us to be able to drag and drop into the content view, we have to receive window procedure messages. And when it's undocked, it has its own window procedure. So we have to modify DRIMGUI in order to get that procedure. We'll start with it docked, and then once we got that working, we can move we can add the code to the IMGUI branch, the enterprise branch of IMGUI, and then we should be able to work from there. All right, so from here, let's go to the window initialization, which I've got right down here. We've got the create primary here. So this is where we actually set up all the Win32 stuff, and we get the OpenGL context going. So we're creating the window here. Create window EX. This is the call. So after the window is created, we get the new OpenGL context. Okay. And then at some point we'll need to call drag accept files. We don't show the window until we've initialized the engine. We do come back and show the window later, but that's all init does. We just do the IMGUI stuff, and then we show the window. So up here, I think I'll do it right after the window creation, and before we do the, or you know what, where do I do the raw input? Here it is. Wait, that's weird. It's occurring to me that I'm not seeing the code where I set up raw input, because you have to register for raw input. So I must have registered at some point. I'm getting confused. So where do I use this register raw input devices? Oh, that's done on the input system. Okay, that makes sense. So that's outside of the scope of the window creation. So actually, I suppose I could do the same thing elsewhere. Huh. Is there a better place for me to put this than the window code? No, I don't think so. All right, so immediately after we do the... Man, this is a long and meandering research session. Right after we do the create window down here, and we've asserted that the window has been created, we will do... Oops. Oh wait, this is the dummy window. There's actually two windows that we create. There's the dummy window for the initial OpenGL context, and then the one we do after we've gotten the handle to the newfangled OpenGL context extension. All right, so down here, we assert that the window handle has been created, and then we do register for drag drop. And that's basically going to be drag accept files, which is from the shell API.h. Pass in a window handle, and we pass in true. Is the bool type though? So the bool type is a type def int, so actually I should be using the macro true to be technically correct. Cool. And then in the window procedure, the window procedure is getting increasingly cramped, but we'll find a spot. I'll do this underneath the mouse move. I'll do case WM, what is it? WM drop files. Okay. And then in here, HDrop. Oh, here it's in the comments. I was looking through the names of the things and I wasn't quite catching it. So the W param is a pointer to the HDrop. So so in this case we would do HDrop equals W param cast as HDrop. I think that's all we have to do. Yeah. And then what do we get in that? Unused. I guess we literally just pass it to whatever we need. So I'm going to need to come up with an easy way to receive the file, or to pass it around to other parts of the program. What I could do is I'd do EP events dispatch. That would be a handy way to do this. This would come in as a Win32 specific one. So my style is to use Win32 underscore or macOS underscore for these messages. And I would say drop files, and then pass HDrop with it, and then call break. And because they're doing a local scope, I should do braces like that. And then this will be available for use anywhere else. So I guess what I'll do is inside of the content view, when it goes to initialize, oops, here, I will register a callback for that event type. We'll subscribe to Win32 underscore drop files. Yeah. And then we'll pass in a callback. I'll do it as a Lambda for the moment. I'm just going to simply test that the API works before I actually go through all the trouble of getting a system implemented for handling this. The Lambda needs to receive an EP events event reference. At least I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Yeah, it just takes an event reference. And then we'll say we'll need an H drop. Yeah, so this is going to be a temporarily going to have Windows only code in it, even though it can't live here. So we'll have to include shell API. That'll get us the H drop. And then we call drag query file, pass in the H drop. We pass in OX FFFFFFF, this guy, the f, and it'll return how many files are going to be dropped. And then we have a buffer that we can populate with subsequent calls. Okay, so yeah, so the H drop is going to be H drop. We'll set that equal to EP events unpack type H drop, passing in E. So this is just the generic way that we that we extract data from enterprise events, and then we can do whatever we want with it. So we'll do an int a uint, I suppose, and that's going to be what we get back. So we'll do uint count. We'll set that equal to drag query file w. Passing in H drop. I file, that's the index of the file, we'll set to the FFFFFF. And then the address of a buffer that receives the name. So we need a wide string buffer. Let's do that here. I'll make it 128. Let's make it 256 because we're dealing with paths. It might get kind of long. And we can pass in buff here. Oh, actually, we can do one better. We can request the required size and characters of the buffer. Oh, but this would be for whatever index. Okay, so first, yeah, so it's a little confusing because you have two switches here in the parameters, and the documentation's not actually telling us what happens if you set them both. So here, if you specify this FFFFFF, it'll return. It says that it'll return a count of files dropped. If you specify null for LPT string, then it will return the required size and characters for that buffer. If you do both, what happens? If the index value is between 0 and the total number of dropped files, and the buffer address is null, the return value is the required bytes in size, not including. If both, then they return the file count. If this is null, and this is FFFFF. You sure about that? I'm dealing with a little bit of brain fog, so. Right. Oh, so there wouldn't be anything to output to the buffer. Hang on a second, maybe I misunderstood what the buffer does. Address of a buffer that receives the file name of a dropped file. Oh, okay. I was thinking that the buffer received for every string, or for every file in that there is the query. But then there wouldn't be a point of, yeah, just having a brain fart. No, you're right. So in this case then, let's head back to where we were. I would instead make this a pointer. And then, no, you know what, I'll just, screw it. I just won't use the counting functionality. I don't really see the need to. We'll make it 256, or actually I can do max path in here, doing that stuff, and it'll yeah, that'll be a little bit more syntactically correct. So we look at it and we say that we're using this for paths. All right, and then we use this guy. Might as well pass in buffer. And then uint ch is what? Count of characters. The size and characters of the buffer, right? So we would pass in mass path here. Does it? No, it's just the buffer size. All right, cool. So this gives us the number of files, and we'll say for. I'll go through every single file there is, and I'll just output them to the console to see whether whether or not they are actually showing up and what they look like. So for int I, I'll keep it the same type. Uint I equals 0, I is less than count, I plus plus. For that we will do drag query. We'll pass in I for the index. And then that will return what in success? Non-zero is successful. The return value is a count of the number of characters copied, not including the null termination character. Okay, so we'll say we'll just quickly assert that this is non-zero, and then I'll need to convert the wide character buffer to be UTF-8. So we'll do std string let me do this declaration up here. And we'll say converted equals wcar to multibyte. That's not the right one. I have a helper. 132 RB wcar to UTF-8. Oh, I haven't included the header. Let me do that. Platform helpers. And then down here I can use my platform helper, wcar to UTF-8, and pass in the wcar C string, which is just buffer. And that'll convert it into a regular string, and I can do std cout, or I can do ep info, and pass out like that. Okay, so if this is working as I think it is, we will have registered drag accept files. We'll get the HDrop, pass it into the event handler, which in here will, the content view would be where we handle the event, but we can handle it in another location too if we want. We get the HDrop from it, we query, use these query functions to get the values, and then we return. However, we still have to use that free call, or whatever it was called. So let's do that. That would be drag finish here. So when we're done with, when the event handler is returned, we call drag finish on HDrop, and then we should be good. Yeah, let's see how that works. Moment of truth time, I guess. Okay, compiled and linked. We haven't crashed, so that's good. I've got the debug console open here. Let's try dropping a file in the browser. So I'm going to drag in Hollow Knight here. Okay, so that seems to have worked. Dropped file, e software, blah, 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 blah. So we get the absolute path to the file. That's pretty great. Thanks again, What's Up, for pointing me down the right path. I wonder how come when I go to click on, when we're looking at the documentation for WM drop files, it links, it says here, thanks. It says here to see transferring shell data using drag and drop. But when you go to that article, it doesn't cover the API we just used. You would think it would tell you on this page to use the enable function. What's it called? Drag accept files. But it doesn't appear to. Yeah, it's not even on this page. So maybe this has to do with transferring arbitrary data, and there's another article for transferring file names. The API I just used is just for the API I just used is just for Windows files to your application, like Windows Explorer to your application. The other thing is for any kind of data. Yeah, I think you're right about that. So this will do for now, I think, but we probably will eventually want to support arbitrary data transfer for certain things. But I think that's something we can wait until we worry about things like copying and pasting. Admittedly, it's one of the least important things is to worry about arbitrary data transfer, because really the most of what we'll be doing with interacting with from the Windows operating system, putting things into here, would be copying and pasting text and copying and pasting paths. But I don't know. Well, it's a back burner item for sure. Anyway, so we've got this started. We've got the ability to read a dragged and dropped file. Let me see what I get out of. If I head back to content.cpp, what do I get out of the other query function, the query point? This guy. Okay, it takes the pointer to the point, so. Okay, and returns a bool. True if the drop occurred in the client area of the window, otherwise false. So we'll say if it returns true, then I'll do an EP info and then we'll have to stringify points.x and point.y. What is in a point? Is it just a struct with two longs in it? I might be able to pretty print this. I might be able to just do that, but I'll make it a little bit more explicit. X and Y. Point.x, point.y. Oops. Like that. Okay. Not really sure what to expect. Maybe it'll... Maybe if they have an external tool on a separate process that needs to drag and drop info from to the editor, maybe? Are you talking about use cases for dragging and dropping arbitrary data? Yeah, it's just like I'm trying to imagine what those situations would be. I don't use too many 2D or 3D art programs, so I don't... Like, if you're working from, like, Unity to Blender, for example, you normally don't drag and drop your Blender file, right? I mean, well, you drag and drop the Blender file, but you don't, like, drag and drop, like, objects from the Blender window into your Unity application. Usually, you'll bring in the Blender file and then just do importing from there. And then the import settings will apply. So you drag the file in, you start working on it there, and then as you edit it and save it in Blender, it just automatically updates in Unity. That's my interpretation of like how most of these workflows will go. But yeah, we got the console open. Let's see what happens if we drag something in without letting go. Okay, so it only tells me when I let go where the mouse was. maybe it's spamming me with false messages. Hang on a second. Because what I'll need to know is I'll need to know obviously where in the window I let go of the mouse, but I'll also want like real-time graphics updates sometimes, like maybe a little highlight around the content window to indicate like where I'm inserting the file or something like that. Okay, that's interesting. So it doesn't seem to be receiving. Okay, so if I drop like immediately outside the window, it will give me a false, indicating that we got an indication that I let go of the mouse, but it didn't occur within the bounds of the window. So I'll need some way to get like every frame like a true false if I'm dragging something. Does the window drawing when it not in focus? Is the window drawing when it's not in focus? It is. This is currently real time, to be clear. This is an immediate mode GUI, so every frame it's redoing the UI. In the future, I will be toggling that off so that it's not redrawing the frame every frame unless it has to. But out of the box, the way DRIM GUI works is that every frame you will update your entire UI. So yeah, this is continuing to render. Brain fart, that's right. I totally get it. But the problem is just knowing when I'm dragging a file versus when I'm just clicking and dragging within the window by itself. It looks like the eyedrop target thing has a thing called drag over, which does what I want. Provides target feedback to the user and communicates the drops effect, so it can communicate the effect of the drop back to the source. So like my impression is that this method of drag and drop is how I would normally detect when you're dragging and dropping. Before you actually let go of the mouse button. But I kind of want this to work. I kind of want this to be the solution, so I don't have to learn COM. Hey Goku, welcome in. Yeah, it kind of seems like drop files only triggers when you let go, and that's maybe the heart of the problem. I don't see a related message for dragging. Let me... Yeah, so this method's okay for now. What I'll do is I just won't give any visual feedback. I will just handle letting go of the mouse within the content browser will do the copy, and then in the future we'll go a little bit more robust on the UI. Does UE do this drag and drop? Maybe see what they use. Yeah, the Unity and Unreal both do drag and drop on the content drawer. So let me dock their content browser for a second. In this one example, let me pull up. So here's a texture folder for demo textures in this demo project. If I go to drag and drop a PNG, you see that the mouse cursor turns into a little plus icon. And you can see that it highlights the folders as I'm dragging over them to say, okay, just to give me a little bit of feedback to say, okay, I see you're dragging a file. If you let go, it will go in blueprints. And I think, can I even go into nested folders? I guess not. In UE5, I think in Unity you can do a mouse over on a folder and it will open up so you can see the subfolder while you're dragging. But if I let go here, it'll just import it. If I go to Unity, I think they go one step further, where you can do a mouse over on the folder and it'll open, yeah, like that. And you can see the little insertion arrow to indicate that I'm dragging it into the folder, or a little border around the folder icons to indicate that if I let go, it'll go in there. That's the kind of feedback that I want, instead of just having it do it silently. And it seems like this API that we're using is not capable of doing that real-time feedback part. But you know, I guess it's got the fundamental thing, which is that it'll tell us that we dragged a file in, what the path is, and where in the window it did it. So I guess that's really what matters. We can get it to work. We can get content importing to work this way, and then worry about the UI stuff later on. So let's do that. And this will be the last thing I do on the stream, because now we're at almost 4 hours. Anyway, so let's close out of all this. We're going to need a platform-specific layer for this. Because this is a platform code and this is supposed to be a generic file. Where do I want to do that? I could do an API wrapper for this, and then I can use it anywhere in the engine. For that matter, I could expose it to the game layer. So if a game, for some reason or other, wants to accept drag and drop, it could. I'm gonna back off of that idea though and just do this on the editor layer. So in editor source, we'll go into, I think, let's do this in application for now. You could argue this has to do with file, but yeah, let's do it in here. So we'll do a new file, we'll do dragdrop.h and dragdrop.cpp. Got the namespace editor. Let's get this boilerplate going. Cool. And then we'll have to add a global call for, it'll give us the STD string containing the UTF-8 path. Right? Hang on. We'll actually have to receive a couple of data points from this. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll do include string and include tuple, and we'll do std pair. So the string is going to be the path, and then we'll need some XY coordinates for the mouse position. So that'll be, I'll just do it as an std pair, so I'm not working with GLM types or anything like that. And then this will be get drag drop file. So the idea is that we'll just call this function, and if we've dragged and dropped a file, it will give us the path to it and the mouse coordinates. And then we can use that anywhere we need within the GUI code. So let's go to the implementation file. Yep, like so, and then we'll need to make this platform specific. Kind of seems like a waste to do just. Maybe I should have like a core tech folder in here somewhere, but yeah. So let me rename this to drag drop Win32. And then on this guy, we'll do include, that would be shell api.h. And then we can copy in the code from here. Okay. Oh, but we're doing events, that's right. Yeah, UE uses the com drag and drop API. Oh, I thought your question earlier was, what does it look like when you use it? Yeah, I hadn't actually checked out the source code for that. But yeah, they use com. That makes sense. Our initial research is showing that that's what you have to do if you want to get the responsive drag and drop. Yeah, so actually I'm going to need to change the format on this. We're going to receive we're going to have to do a registration to Win32 drop files within drag and drop.cpp somewhere. So we'll actually need to change this into like an initialization function. And then we can do all this within the callback. Okay, so we'll actually need to have, what we'll need to do is we'll need to take the event passed off by the platform layer. So we'll have platform specific events. Those will need to be registered through a callback during the content init. And then from there, we'll need to cache the result. So we would need to cache any dropped files, and then we can check that list during the draw loop. So inside of drag and drop, we need to have an extern std string Actually it'd be an std vector of strings, because it's possible that you'll drag and drop multiple files per frame, even if it's unlikely. And this will be the dropped files. And then we'll we'll define it in here. But now we need include string and include vector. So during the draw call, we can check to see whether we've dropped files and then do the logic from there. And it does have to be done in the draw loop because we need to know, we need the UI to update so that we can compare the mouse cursor position to the size of the panel. So we have to cache this for use inside of the frame. Okay. And then I guess we would just have a basic void init drag drop file, or init receive drop files, init drop file, init drop files. How about that? That's probably good enough. And then inside of drag drop CPP, we just have void init drop files. And inside of here, we do the registration with the shell API. Okay, I think that's making sense. So we would do inside of here, inside of the content, we basically just take this whole line, cut it, paste it. We can move all of this into its own locally scoped function. So I'll cut that, and we'll do that here. That'd be bool handle bool handle platform drop callback or drop event, and it accepts an EP event reference. And I can paste in that code that we were using before. We unpack the event into the hdrop handle. We get a character buffer, the length of max path. We declare the converted value. I'll do that down here right before we enter that loop. We get the number of dropped files using drag query file. For every dropped file, we do the conversion. We get the path, we convert it into a UTF-8 string, and then we get the point here. So we'll say if drag query point, and we get the address, point dot x and point dot y will give us the mouse positions. Yeah, okay, I think we're getting there. We actually don't need this. We don't need to do a local converted variable. All we need to do is we need to get that drop files vector. Oops. And we do dot pushback, passing in the string constructed from here. And then we also need the mouse position. So heading back to the header to change this declaration, we'll do what we were starting to do before. We do a pair of points. So a vector of, this is going to get a little convoluted. A vector of pairs. You know what, screw it, I'm just going to make my own little structure. Struct. This will be dropped file data. It will have an std string in it for the path, and then we'll have a int for the x and an int for the y. And these will be mouse x and mouse y. Okay. We'll default initialize these to 0. Like that. Cool. And then we have a vector of dropped file data. If we go to the definition, we put that in there as well. What are you complaining about? Expected a semicolon? Oh, I forgot to put the semicolon. And actually, let me do a capital D on the type. Cool. Inside of here, we would do do the pushback down at the bottom. So we go through every file. We get the wide string path. We get the point. If we dropped within the bounds of the window, then we will do the processing. So in here, this is where we will do dropfiles.pushback, but instead of doing pushback, I'm just going to construct in place. So this will be like so, dot in place back. And we just pass in the struct members in order, like that. And that should work, right? I think that works. And then the drop files, and we can access the drop files vector in content, get the path, and get the mouse position. I think we might have to flip the mouse coordinates though. Because I think it comes in 0, 0 being in the top left, and in my code, 0, 0 is the bottom lower left corner. Wait, but in IMGUI, it's 0, 0 on the top left as well, so that's fine. That works. Okay, and then in the subscription call, we now pass in this function. All right, we're most of the way there, I think. Okay, that's looking good. Let's go into CMake lists and add those files finally. Here we go. And inside of editor source, we'll add source/application/ drag drop.h. And then we will add the CPP file in the same location. We don't have to split them up into header and source sections anymore because this is the end project. Okay, Control S to save. That should trigger the process. What do we got? Cannot find source file, source application, drag drop.cpp. Really? Oh, it's drag drop win32, right? So we do have to put that down in the section. Drag drop underscore win32. because macOS will have its own. Yeah, an application should be higher than window. Okay, save. Configuring and generating is done. And if we go to these, the red squiggle should have gone. Oh, they haven't quite, because I have to include a few things. I need to include... How's the header doing? I got string, vector, string, vector, yeah, and that's it. And then in this guy, I'll need include enterprise / events.h to get the event stuff, and then I need hash names as well, and platform helpers. Like that. Wait, do I use hash names? I do, yeah, down here. Cool. That should be fine. Now we need to do the initialization stuff. So in here, we're going to do the new include application / application / drag drop.h, and that'll give us the drag drop initialization code, as well as the global to give us the ability to read the state. We'll do sorry, we're in the editor namespace now. That was did I close it already? I closed it already. Drag dump.h. That was init drop files is what we called it. And literally don't have to put any parameters in it. It just registers for whatever platform specific call you need. And then from here on, we can just access the values inside of content.cpp. It's occurred to me that I've overlooked something. I might as well handle it right now. Before we do any of this inside of handle platform drop event, we should clear this. Wait, no, that's not quite right. We should clear dropped files at the end of the frame. Every frame. So, yeah, so outside of here, inside of like application, maybe, we'll have to do a call to clear that variable. Yeah, let me take a look at that. I'm very nearly done for the stream. All right, runtime, run. All right, so we do the input, we do the window, do the draw. So scene editor draw, this is where we do the whole UI business. After that, we can do drop files dot clear. And to do that, we'll need to include application / drag drop.h. Because we're in the editor namespace here, aren't we? Yeah. Dropped files is undefined. Is that right? Extern std vector dropped files. Okay, yeah, it was just IntelliSense taking a minute. Cool. And so this will be cleared every frame, so that we're not constantly addressing files dropped in previous frames. Cool. So let's use it. Inside of the content view, let's find the biggest available area. So this section here, begin child, navigation region. This spans the entire area beneath the file path, the icon size drag slider, and all that. Actually, now that I'm saying that out loud, we should go a little bit higher. Literally, when we begin the window, we can do this. So what we can do is we can do if dropfiles.size. Then we can loop through. Actually, we can just directly loop through. I don't need to do the Boolean check. For every, what did I call the structure? Drop file data. Dot it. Drop file data reference in dropped files. We can handle it here. Data.mousex, mouse y, and path. Cool. So we'd say we would need to do a file copy operation from the path to the current folder. And actually, because we do need to know what the path for the current folder is, we probably want to do this after we do the UI code, but that's okay. I'm just gonna be behind by a frame. So we'll need to do a check whether the mouse X and mouse Y are within bounds. So we'll do if data.mousex is greater than or equal to 0. Oh wait. Well, I need to get the bounds first. So how do I do that? That would be GUI get window content region min and max, I believe. So this is an IMVec2. Okay. And so we'll have to say if the mouse is greater than or equal to min.x, and data.mousey is less than or equal to max.x, and then we do the same thing for the y. Wait, yeah, I messed that up. All right. Yep. Okay, so mouse X is between min X and max X, and mouse Y is between min Y and max Y. So if we're in the bounds, then we know that we can copy the path. So we'll initialize the copy. So we'll do fs. I think there's just a copy file call. Yeah, let's use that. We're passing in file system paths, which can be constructed from strings. So I can just pass in the UTF-8 string, data.path, and then 2. I'll need to strip out the path in this path and just get the file and the extension. and append that to the current folder. So I guess what we would do is we do an fs path path from data.path, and then we would in here pass in the whole thing for the copy from location, and then the copy to location would be path dot, it would just be path, and then here we would do path dot we'll have to do some string appending. So we'll have current path already, which is the path to the location that's opened up in the content browser, and then we'll say plus path dot I believe it was stem. I'm trying to remember what we used below. It was path.filename, not stem. Can I simply... No, I'll have to do this to and from a string. Okay, so we made a path to do the very simple thing of extracting the file name and the extension. We append that to current path, which includes a trailing slash, and yeah, that should be it. So if we let go in the region, it should do a copy from the file that we were dragging to the location that's currently pulled up. Yeah, I think that's everything. Let me do a log real quick though. EP trace file copied from and then to, like that, and we'll do from path to current path, like that. And I believe that std path, I believe that has a OStream operator, so that should work here. All right, that was a lot. F7. Let's see what we broke, if anything. Okay, something's not working. What do we got? Candidate constructor, implicit copying constructor, not viable, requires one argument, but 3 were provided. So this has to do with the init drop files, I think. Yeah, drop files, not in place back. We were doing an in place back and doing an implicit constructor with 3 arguments, but apparently that's not viable. So what we do instead was we'll do pushback, and then initialize that way. So this should construct it, and then we push back instead of constructing in place, which is okay. Okay, so that seemed to run. Yeah, everything built correctly. So let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. So let's go we're inside of the data folder here. We'll go into my content and I'll drag and let go. Okay, nothing seemed to happen. What did we got on the console? Nothing happened on the console either. That's interesting. Let's wonder why not. I wonder if it got copied anywhere else. What was it called? It's called text3. Yeah, I don't see an additional copy of the file anywhere. So apparently it didn't copy. Interestingly though, when I was dragging over the window, it does give me the little plus icon. So apparently that's the cursor change is something that Windows provides, not the program. But yeah, it's not copying for some reason. So let's go to that code. Oh, I know what the problem is. Hang on. I didn't initialize the callback. This guy didn't call and it dropped files anywhere. I don't think. Yeah. Oh no, I did. I called it here in content.init. Well, let me take that out of content.init because that probably should belong in runtime. Mouse coordinate. Yeah, it could be that the mouse coordinate's got a problem with it. I'm going to have to set a breakpoint and get more information. But yeah, dropped files. We need to initialize that whole thing. I'll do it. Where's the in the constructor? We'll do it underneath create primary. Wait, if we're talking about initializing this anyway, why don't I just put this in the window code? the whole reason for me to bring this out of the window code doesn't exist anymore, so I might as well just put this back inside of the create primary call. Whatever, I'll worry about that later. But yeah, so we are initializing after we've created the window. Let me go to drag drop win32.cpp. So here's the handling code. I will set a breakpoint and let's try it out. Let go. Hits the breakpoint. Okay, and now it detected only the one file from drag and drop. Dropped files now should have an element in it. Let's get a watch on that. Identifier dropped files is undefined. That's a little weird. Maybe I have to do the scope editor dropped files. There it goes. Size 1. It's got a path. I'm having to dig quite a ways into it to see the values for some reason. But yeah, there it is. eSoftware Enterprise Test Game Content text3.png. It's got backslashes in it. Those should be forward slashes, shouldn't they? Oh no, I still have to do the forward slash conversion. Earlier I had to change to forward slashes at some point. I'm trying to remember if that had to do with this at all. I don't think it did. That was when we were double clicking on files to open them in external calls. But I do need to make that change here, I think. So let's do that. Yeah, so we're going to need to take this. And we'll take and declare this up above. UTF-8 path equals the return result of wildcard to UTF-8, and then we do UTF-8 path dot replace. Wait. Then we do std replace. And we're replacing backslashes with forward slashes, please. All right, and then we can take and construct this guy. Probably not great for all the copies that we have to do, but this is just whenever you're dragging and dropping files in the editor, so I'm not really worried about performance. Okay. Okay, and then when I set the breakpoint here, next time, line 29 redeclare. Let me take a look at that string. Oh, yep, you're right. I didn't delete the. Damn it. I didn't delete the declaration after I moved it. Alright, here we go. And I'll go to the data folder, drag and drop a dude, and UTF-8 path has now got forward slashes in it. Cool. And good. Step out, continue. Okay, still not quite there. Let me step through again, because apparently that wasn't the only problem. The UTF-8 path now has forward slashes in it. We got the mouse cursor. Let's set a breakpoint in the content section in here and hit continue. So we got data, mouse X, and all that stuff. Oh wait, that's interesting. It just sort of skipped. Let me stop and do that again. Yeah, I kind of just skipped over the code that I was trying to run through, so that might tell us something. Okay. Yeah, so we're in the first element. Path is eSoftware Enterprise Test Game Content Text 3. We get the mouse X and Y. Yeah, so that evaluated to false is what happened. So let me try that one more time and compare, take a look at what the min and max are expecting. So min is expecting 829 as the minimum coordinates. Let me start adding watches for these. So min is 829, max is 561, 691. And then data, well, I can just expand that. And then data is putting the mouse X as way farther off. Oh, that's the problem. So the coordinates I get back from the Win32 API, that must be in a different coordinate space. Does that make sense? Where is it on my screen? Yeah, I think this is in screen space. Well, except... No, it has to be in window space. The window dimensions here are 720, so it's 1280 by 720. The mouse X being... I don't think min-max's coordinate are the sizes. They're the coordinates of the upper left and the lower right corners of the content area. So when you use get window content region min and max, they are the coordinate points in window space. So 8 pixels in. Wait, that's interesting. That's really small. That's actually pretty small, isn't it? Because 8 on the x-axis specifically is obviously wrong if it's in window space. I probably am misunderstanding what these do. Get window content region, man. No, it is in window space. So how come I'm getting a minimum of 829? I would have thought that it would have been more than halfway across the screen, so in the hundreds at least on the X. Oh, you know what? I think it's in docked window space, so within the content region. So the whole content tab is an undockable window. That's technically a window. So it's not window space. It's the undocked window space. That makes sense. So actually what I need is what do we got? We got IMGUI region min. Yeah, there's window content region min. What other mins are there? I need the window position. Okay, here we go. Get window position, set window position. Can I get the window bounds? Get window size. So I guess I'll have to use size and position for these. So I think this is it. So instead of get window content region min, we're getting get window pause. Actually, hang on a second. Get window viewport. But that's a different thing. That's for rendering. Pause. That'll give us a vec2 of the position, the upper left corner, and then max is going to be get window pause or get window size plus min. Can we do arithmetic on IMVec2s? It's really annoying. The IMVec2 type literally doesn't support adding 2 IMVec2s. That's a little silly. But whatever. We'll just do it in place. Dot x plus, whoops. Dot plus, yeah. And then dot y. Like that. Or to make this a little bit more clear, what I'll do is I'll do max equals get window size, and then we'll say max.x plus equals min.x, and so on. That's a little more clear. Cool. And then we have what we should have is the bounds of the window, but it probably will go a little bit beyond what I really would want, so I'll have to play around with it to make sure that I'm actually getting the content region and not the borders and everything else. But let's at least see whether it works. So in the data section, we'll drag and drop again. Okay, that seems to have done it. If I drag and drop outside, it doesn't do anything. If we take a look at the debug console, we see the file copied from eSoftware Enterprise blah 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 to test game data slash data. Yeah, and if I was to go inside of one of these folders and do a drag drop, it goes into the folder that I'm in, not the top level. Cool. Okay. So I think that's a good stopping point. There's a lot of problems with the code that I wrote. Probably the most annoying of which is that I have to move the code back into the window area because that's the that's the best place to put it. Oh, what's this link that you had posted? Let me take a look at it. How to get size and position of content area. Inside the tabbed area, I have a docked window that looks like this. Get window. This might be it. I'm taking a look. At this point, the question is not really docking related. Yeah. Okay, so it's probably in here. I'm not sure what you mean by the content region respects window padding. Huh. Is there code? Oh, down here. Okay, so he got the content region, but offset it by the window pod. That makes sense. So before I was doing the content get window content area, I think it was, or no, I was getting get max content area. I forget. But yeah, he basically just added it to the window position, and then that gets you the coordinates relative. Perfect. Yeah, that's excellent. Good hunting. Thank you. What's up? But yeah, so I'll implement that to make sure that it's not also responding to dragging over the rest of these areas. But yeah, I think this is a pretty good spot to stop. Got the ability to double click on files and open them in external editors, and things like that, except for it didn't work just there. That's interesting. Did I break something? The specified file was not found. Get last error 2. The system cannot find the file specified. Oh, that's interesting. I've got a UTF-8 issue somewhere. Because that file there has Japanese characters as the text. Let me confirm. On the English titles, those are working fine, but not the Japanese. So there's a conversion issue somewhere. I know that internally I have the UTF-8 because it shows the Japanese characters correctly. But when converting back, let me take a look at that. I thought I was winding down that this is gonna be the last thing. I'm sure I just don't want it to. I don't want to leave this issue in it. Open an external app. Where was that at? That was in editor.cpp. Here it is. I think you have to give file system path wcart and UTF-16LE on Windows. You're right, it doesn't. But I have helper functions for that purpose. This guy, UTF-8 to wcar, it specifically takes the UTF-8 string, tells. Oh, hang on, this might be part of the problem. Default to ANSI code page. Okay, this is the issue. So converting from wide-card multibyte, I have UTF-8, but for some reason I got the ANSI code page instead, which was wrong. Yeah, let's redo that. So apparently this is a long-standing bug. I've just never needed to convert from to UTF-8 and back when using Japanese characters or something like that before. So this is just, apparently this was untested. All right, let's try that out. We go to content, test. Here's one with Japanese characters. I double clicked on it, we still have a problem. Okay, we still have an issue. Oh, because I have to, there's more than one spot. Hang on. All right, so W string return val takes multi-byte to wide car. Why do I have two of these? Hang on. Okay, so in this case, we use multi-byte to wide car. Code page, DW flags, the multi-byte string, so I pass in the multi-byte string. So this should be UTF-8. And then I pass in a -1 for CB multi-byte. I also do that in the next call, so that's not important. Probably something happens if I pass in a null pointer. Oh, what probably happens is that this probably causes it to return the number of characters it needs, and then I use that to construct a wide string with enough characters in it. Hang on. Sun's going down over here. Had to turn my light on. Pointer to a buffer that receives that converted string. Size and characters of the buffer. If it's 0, then the function returns the required buffer size and characters, including any terminating null character. It makes no use of the string buffer. Okay. Yeah, so I guess I just needed to do the correct code page in both of these calls. Let's try that out. Okay. There we go. Okay. So yeah, there was a bug in my conversion from UTF-8 back to UTF-16 on Windows. But yeah, we're all set now. Sweet. So now we've got the ability to open up files. We can drag and drop files into the content browser. Those are two pretty awesome things. And we did this way earlier, but we also got, let me go back to the content and open up the scene just to show this off real quick. We also got fields that will only accept the correct file type. So this one will accept PNGs, but not INIs. And that's just done with a very simple drag drop IMGUI type string. We set that to be dot whatever for the extension, so that anywhere in your engine you can put, or anywhere in your game you can put a field that'll accept the correct type. Sweet. All right. Thanks for stopping in, guys. I'll be off until Monday. I'll do a little bit of cleanup on this code, and then we'll continue making this thing more useful. See you later.